late evening, should I say. Sorry I couldn't get on at 2 o'clock. I had a whole bunch of stuff that kind of popped up out of nowhere, and I had no choice. So the thing I have to do is make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. Plug the phone in. No, that ain't working. There we go. Okay. Sorry that you have to look at the mask upside down. It's just the way it has to be done because I have to be able to reach this. I can't reach it if I'm on this side. So the first thing I'm going to do is I want to go to my channel. So I can read your comments. Make sure I can see the sculpture. Okay. I'm going to copy this link. Let me share it once, just to make sure. Okay, we are on, and I'm getting ready to do some work here. Sorry guys, I'm trying to, I shared my content. Now I'm going to adjust this camera a little bit better so you see this area right here. Not so much the bottom of that. We don't need to see the bottom of that. Let's see how that works. There we go. We can see the whole thing now. A little bit of a blind spot right in here, but we'll make it happen. Gonna have to live with it because I don't have it on a spindle, so I can't rotate it. So the first thing I'm going to do, all right, let me explain what I've done so far. As you can see, I put my pry clay worms on the stone. You see how it's away from this, the top of the head? All right. They're not all the way up and into the head. I don't want to get too close to the head. What we have to do is, I put the pry spots in. I smoothed out this here so it doesn't grab. All right. The pry spots are in. Now I have to Vaseline this wall. And I'm just going to do it with the brush. I'm trying not to get it on the sculpture. The other thing I had to do too that I didn't do on camera was right up against the wall here where I pulled the flashing out, there was a little bit of a seam there I want to close. So I took some clay all the way around this thing, real tiny worms of clay, and then filled that flashing mark in there. So that's what I did. And now we're going to butter this up so the new stone won't stick to the old. We we definitely don't want the stone sticking together, because if that happens, we are done. Um, I'd lose the armature and everything, because you would never get this unbedded from the stone. I'd have to bust the stone off. I'd have to destroy the mold. I would have to melt the. I would definitely have to melt the clay off of this armature. Yeah, getting into these keys are real important. You got to make sure that you have them buttered well, because if you don't, you're going to have a heck of a problem. Now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take the very sharp edge of this. Um, and get it up into the ear. Just kind of, I'm just taking my time. Yeah, I had a lot to do today, guys. Hopefully you guys join me. I'm hoping everybody joins me. I cleaned out behind the ears. Hold on, I'm just trying to put this chair closer so I can see what I'm doing. I might be able to spin this thing as I'm doing it. I hope I can. Yeah, because I have the blocks on here. That's good. I can do that. Because I don't feel like getting up and standing up and moving the camera around and all that stuff. I don't want to do that. Now, by putting this on vertical, and I also make sure, well, I don't really have to do that edge, and I'll tell you why. Because if I do the edge, I'm grinding it down anyway, so it's not like it's... So I put the neck on, and I actually have a different type of clay. It's actually not... it's wed clay. Well, it's not wed clay. It's pottery clay, but it's a little stiffer. The stuff that's almost flesh tone that's on here, I don't waste anything, so I pulled out that clay and I used that as well. So never waste anything. You end up throwing this clay away. You have to. Just there's no way to keep it. All right. Okay, now I'm going to spin this thing because oh yeah, that's it, baby. Now I'll get this side. Now when I start doing the plaster, I'm not going to be spinning it. Just while I'm doing this, I'll have to get up and reach across to get it right. I'm not trying not to get too much up against the wall of the clay, but it won't hurt it. If you get a little bit of Vaseline on the wall of the clay, it's fine. Just make sure there's a nice Vaseline barrier when you're doing this, because if you don't have a good barrier, you're going to have a mess on your hands trying to get it apart. Oh yeah. See how I'm taking the bristles and I'm just going right up against it? Yeah, it gets a little on the head, but not much. And that's what I do. And then I just pull it out and make sure you get in here with the clay. You know, also, that's why you always do the Vaseline very last, because it's with such a flat surface, sticking the clay onto the stone can be problematic. So what I do when I'm doing these prize spots, I flatten the clay out, into worms, and then I stick the clay into the bucket of water just a little bit, and it creates a little bit of a suction, and it'll stick to it real well. All right, so now we need to spin this bad boy again. Put it up here so we don't knock it off. Oh yeah. A little bit of water in there. I thought it was a piece of clay. I was like, oh no. What is that? So, keep working this. Especially in these little register keys. That's what that's called, a register key. You want to make sure that you get that really coated on the inside real good, because that can be like all of a sudden you'll have a little spot where it's stuck together. And you want to make sure you don't have no spots sticking. So I don't care if the Vaseline gets on the head a little bit more over in this section. Now I put it on the outside edge just so. Now, the other thing too is what do you call it? The clay, the stone won't stick to the clay. Yeah, I was supposed to come on at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I just couldn't do it. I had to get back, and I had so many things I had to do prior. You know, I even made a little video saying I was going to be back on, at 2 o'clock and go on. Well, crap happens, as they say. And boy, did it happen. It wasn't nothing bad. It's just, just some chores that I didn't get done and should have got done. So how was everybody's day today? Anybody want to talk to me tonight? Or are we all talked out? Shoot. Well, this is pretty much done and ready to go. Now what I have to do is put a spray release on it and then mix up a batch. What do you guys think? Should I leave it at this angle? No, I think it's easier if I get it. Yeah, I think it's better if I flip it. For me, I have to. I have to do it that way. Actually, this would be the best way for me to do it, right here, like that. Yeah, and I can even hang it off a little bit. No, I don't want to do that, because then it'll be dripping all over my lap. Well, that's okay, because I have, yeah, I have to be able to see into the ears, and I can do that from both sides on this angle. The camera's right where I have to stand. Joe Reese. Oh, it's hard as steel, man. This stuff is really hard. Now, everything will break if it's real, like on the very edge, real thin stuff. But I'm telling you, man, that stuff is really hard. I was really surprised on how hard this really is. It's great. Definitely. I love it, man. Yeah, I watched your videos, Joe, and I'll tell you, I was concerned because I didn't. I know that you only use a half a cup to a batch, and I used a full scoop. And I mean, when I say a scoop, one of these. I use one of these little scoops, right here. Let me get it in frame here. Yeah, it's a. Can't see how many ounces. This is a 24 ounce, a little more than 24-ounce cup, and that's how I scoop my plaster into my water. And what I did was I took one scoop of the plaster of the Ultra Cal 30, then I took one scoop of the dental powder, and then I put one more scoop of more Ultra Cal 30, and that pretty much filled it up where I needed it to be. And it was pretty cool because I was like, I thought it was going to take, three scoops to one, but it only took two scoops to one to do 24 ounces. And I think it might be because of the density of the dental stone. It's so much more dense, so much more fine powder. The powder's so fine. So yeah, I think it's a home run, man. I'm so happy to have that. I'm so glad that you discovered that and shared it to everybody, because that's really great. That's really great. I mean, I love it now. I have more confidence in separating this mold now. And I may have a little bit of a locking issue on this side. Right here, it looks like the peak of this neck is about a 1/4 inch higher than where the stone is, which it's not going to matter too much because I'm going to be pulling it and it's going to come down that way. It won't, I'm not trying to pry from the bottom. So I have a funny feeling, yes, it'll damage the neck a little bit, but it'll rake off of there pretty easy because of the weight of the stone trying to come forward. Everywhere else is, it's right at the peak. It's all gonna fall off really nice. But let me go mix up some stone while you guys are sitting here admiring this sculpture. Boy, I could be a real ham at times, you know what I'm saying? All in fun, guys, all in fun. Just joking. So let me go mix up some stone. I got my bucket out there already. I got my water all ready. I got my burlap still soaking in the same water. The water's a little warmer, which I think is going to be better because it'll kick faster, because this coat here is going to, or this side, I don't have to deal with gravity. Other than going right down on top of the head. We're going to still do the thick batches, but I don't have to do, what do you call it? I don't have to worry about it running down into the well of the clay Now this here, it just gets piled up onto the, excuse me, the clay. You'll see. And you can see the neck area and everything. So yeah, it looks pretty good. I think actually, okay, you only get to see one side of the ear, but you'll get a general idea of what I'm doing. If you can see one side, it's going to be the same on the other. So let me get my stone mixed. I feel dirty already, and I've just started. Well, I didn't just start. I did the clay. I did everything. I started working probably like 4 o'clock, like 3:30 on everything, trying to prep it. Still have a light in the same spot. Okay. Let's get the water first. Scoop it out. Now I just need it to saturate. Yeah, I disturbed it a little bit. I kicked this bucket by accident. So the water came up on the edge on this side. That's no big deal. There's plenty of plaster in there. I made sure of that. Get my little plaster. My plaster brush. And sit down and wait a few minutes. Anybody got anything else to say? Any comments? Any questions? Yeah, so Joe, yeah, with the not knowing the exact ratio, when I felt the stone, it still felt cold. I was like, wow, this is not kicking. It's taking a lot longer to kick. But it was a combination of reasons. One, my water was definitely in the 40s, maybe the low 40s. The water temperature. And you know how it is with even Ultra Cal. The colder the water, the longer you have before it starts to kick. But I thought maybe maybe I just put too much of the blue or the green dye. What do they call it? Green dye stone. I forget what it's called. But I have the real hard stuff. It's 18,000 psi. That's the stone that I got. That's dental stone. I hope it's the same stuff you use. Oh man. Yeah, we'll get on this pretty quick once this thing. Yeah, see, the saturation's almost done, as you can see in the bucket. There's a little bit left in here. Yeah, that's about it. And I got to mix that up by hand, and then start applying. And I'll build up this neck area really good. All in this chin, underneath the chin. One of the biggest reasons I like to do this horizontal with the backside, once the backside's done and then I lay it on its backside, is because you don't have to worry about trying to push the stone up into the chin if it was vertical. If it was vertical, it wouldn't want to stick up underneath this chin, and sometimes, a lot of times, you can have fits with that. It can really give you a hard time. So I decided that from now on, this is the way I am going to do my sculptures right here, by doing this horizontal. Lay it down horizontally when you're doing your face, because that has the most detail, and it has all the locking points. The ears are a little more difficult because you got to keep shoving that material up into the ear. But as it thickens, it really grabs real good. Ooh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put my spray release on there. Break out the Police 2300 release agent right there. I'll show it again, just so you can see it. And I'm going to do a quick spray on this, especially on the clay. You want to make sure you do the clay real good. Nice, you don't want to overdo it, but at the same time you want to make sure, especially up against the stone area. Get up in that nose good too. In the mouth. Underneath that chin. Okay, we're saturated and we are released. All right, let's mix it up by hand. It's funny that stuff instantly starts, you can see the green mixing in with the and it really makes it's buttery cream. It's like really creamy. Such a nice stone. I got a question for you, Joe. Have you ever tried making a pure dental mold? Just because I was thinking, but I hear that it doesn't absorb. It won't. It's too dense. It won't absorb the moisture out of the latex real good. But I wonder if you ever tried it. Have you tried that? Just wondering. Alright, now it's time to clean the hand off, and I gotta go outside to do that. Clean my hand off. The water's not as cold, so I'm gonna have less time to work with it, but that's okay. That is okay with me. I definitely don't want to sit around for hours waiting for this stuff to kick. Okay, I've got my dirty bucket out there, clean my hands off. Got my brush ready. Shut the door. It's starting to get dark here, so I'll probably more than likely have to. Alright, so what I usually do is I just kind of like pour it right into these spots. I don't like to brush it on until I have the details covered. I'm going to shove that up inside the nose. Getting the details and just pouring it into it for now. Yeah, it's pretty thick. I usually make this thick because of the experiences I had making it too thin. Wasn't cool. You want to make sure that this first coat covers every. You don't want anything missing. I'm going to have to look in there real good because that first coat, you want to make sure you get a coat all over the wall too, not just. I'm going to paint a little bit on this clay wall too. Got to make sure there's a coat on everything. And it don't have to be a thick coat, just needs to be a light coat. Um, because you're gonna keep piling it on here, so it's, anything that you miss won't be that big of a deal. As it thickens, I'm gonna pile it onto this thing. Any bubbles, make sure you look for bubbles too. That Vaseline's going to do its job. That's one the other reason why I don't want to brush too hard onto the where the dividing wall is, and I'm just kind of dropping it right on top of it. The Vaseline will give it a nice barrier, and you don't have to worry about. Usually that's how I like to do it, like right down the center and let it run down from both sides. Especially around the chin and neck area. The next coat you brush. You don't have to worry about the yeah, it's already thickening up. You see how it's not running real hard now? Now I concentrate on the face. And just pile it up onto the face real good. Make sure that nose is covered good. I can sit and do this now, I think. I have to check that back side here. And make sure there's no clay popping through, nothing. You don't want to see anything. Believe it or not, even though this has more detail on this side, it's easier to do because you're vertical. Ooh, I missed the spot here. It's because I'm hovering over it. Hold on, I'm going to read your comment, Joe. I got myself focused on this right now. Hold on, what'd you say? The dental stone is so hard. If you tried it with the dental stone, it would probably warp as it cured. Oh, okay. We don't want that to happen. Glad you. What'd you do? Try that and it happened? It warped on you? Yeah, that's crazy, man. I never heard of that, but that's all right. Good to know. I never used dental stone. I wouldn't know anyway. So, I mean, this is my first time at it, and I'm telling you, oh, I love it. I love the result. That's for sure. It's so hard when you hit it with something like metal. It tings like metal. Ting! Like whoa, that is oh, that is hard. Crazy. Yeah, I can just tell how creamier this is. It's just, the consistency of the stone is night and day. I have to look underneath that chin real quick before I run out of plaster and make sure that I have plaster completely underneath that chin. And it looks like I got it. It looks like I got it. I just love it. It's not sagging real quick either. It's wild. So watch I don't hit my bucket into the. Almost out of the first batch, and then I gotta let it cure. I gotta make sure it's cured a little more before I start the next batch. So we can chit chat, guys. If we're watching, that's including me because I'm monitoring everything on the computer. pouring it onto the head because it's starting to get really thick. That first coat, man, I don't like to okay. Now what I'll do is I'll kind of I'm barely touching this. I'm trying to dig down. I don't want to dig into the... I'm just trying to create a smoother surface a little bit. All right, time to go wash the bucket and let that cure up a little bit. And we're on to the second coat. And that gets the burlap, I think. Now, third coat gets the burlap. All right, come on. All right, summertime, as fast as I could get a batch made up, it's already hardening. And that's not what happened. That's not what's happening right now. Not by far. Okay, so I'm gonna put this little brush in that bucket. All right, so let me let me look at this real good. Yeah, we're covered. We're covered. That's what I want. We are covered. I like it that it's mounding up right in here on the edge, because we're going to keep mounding that up until it's nice and thick. And we're going to let that, there's a lot of shine on it right now. So, let me just go check something. All right. I need to get some water. Probably get some more in a little bit too. All right. So who's on? We just gotta hurry up and wait, guys. Oh yeah. It's gonna be a little bit. This stuff isn't curing as fast as the other stuff. But this is your base coat, man. This has to get all the details. So you want to make sure that you get it in there and you have no bubbles or anything like that in there. So I don't shake it, or this stuff's so creamy. I made sure that any place where it normally would get bubbles, I kind of forced the clay up into it, like the ear holes and stuff like that, or the plaster. Whew, man, I'm tired, you guys. Seeing my fat gut. Oh well. I have no pride anymore. I'm too old. Yeah, that nose is almost flush with the chin and the scowl now. It's like, so you can't even tell that there was a nose there almost when I'm looking down at it this way, straight across. It's pretty wild. Man, this is going to be a nice mask. This is really going to be nice. I'm excited for this. All the other ones, every one that I've made so far, I thought I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be it. This is going to be it. But man, when I bumped out that scowl just right and had the bridge of that nose right, it really changed it. It changed it completely. It changed the way it looked. It brought the pitch this way, right? It was too flat at the top here and the eye cuts they didn't look right. They didn't look right because of it. So remember that when I'm telling you guys, you start making these masks. We all have a tendency I've seen a lot of masks that have the same issue where the contour of the head is not correct. And the trick is that scowl. Well, the trick was the scowl for this sculpture. You know, it depends on who, and what your sculpture looks like. Yeah, I agree with that. Well, I don't know though, because the dental stone, I think, well, I don't know. I don't know how. I don't think that it would. I don't know. I've never worked with dental stone, so I don't know. It's like, I'm hoping that I didn't put too much dental stone in this mix. And I have a warping situation. All I have to do is I have to do two latex masks in this, and then I make my master copy in urethane. And when I make the master copy in urethane, the urethane copy, once you treat your mold to prepare for urethane, because urethane will stick like crazy to the stone. So you have to treat the stone before you make your urethane copy. And once you treat that stone, that mold will never make another latex mask in it. So you got to make sure that you have your foam filled latex mask made out of your mold. and then make your master copy. Uh, I make latex masks, foam-filled mask out of the master mold to do one thing, to shrink it down by like 2 inches, to make a smaller version of the mask. Now, somebody contacted me today, and they want some kind of resin. Um, they want a resin, like just a foam-filled resin hard cast of the mold of the sculpture. All right. Now, the only thing I can do with that is I'm going to shrink it down to 24 inches. This way, nobody could copy it. If they do copy it, they're going to be copying it, and then they're going to be stuck with making a 22-inch mask, and that would be too small for 99% of the people. So I'm making sure that if I ever give a resin hard copy out, or any kind of master copy, you will get a 24-inch master copy. You will not be able to make latex mask or even try to replicate it. Like you could put silicone over the hard cast, and then, not to say that this guy's doing that. I'm not accusing anybody of doing that, but it avoids that from happening. So what you do is you make sure that your resin casting is no bigger than 24 inches, because if somebody tried to replicate that hard resin cast, you can put silicone over resin and make a master copy, and then foam, and then fill it with clay, and then you'll have your clay sculpture, and then you can put a stone over it. But if it's already 24 inches, your mask is going to shrink up 2 inches from the 24-inch master copy. So you're going to be stuck with a 23-inch mask, which I don't know anybody that can fit one of those unless they're a little kid. But the original mask was actually 24 inches. So my thought is, if I make a 24-inch resin copy for him, he's got an accurate size mask for his display, and I can. Now the only thing is, I can't hair it with. I'm not going to sculpt in hair. I'm not going to do that with the resin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually hair the resin copy with regular hair. I just got to find out what glue will stick to the resin that'll keep the hair in place. And it won't come out. And then I got to paint it for him, so, make it look good. So I want to give somebody what they want. I just got to make sure that I protect my own interest. That's all. So, not to say that what if somebody got a hold of that resin copy? I don't sell molds. I don't sell molds. It takes 2 years to make. It took me 2 years, and somebody else might knock it out in a couple of days. But a really good artist. But you can ask any artist; they don't sell their master copies. No, that's not an option. And most of us take a long time doing these sculpts. Especially me, I had to learn human anatomy a little bit at a time, and at the same time, constantly questioning, what am I seeing? What's wrong with this? It's just over and over and over again. Boy, you really beat yourself up. And I finally figured it out, and I'm real happy with what I have. I don't need to go any further. I don't need to make another 78 mask ever, And another thing that the 78 is going to make 3 masks. It's going to make the original 78, just based on paint job and hairstyle and hair color. I'll make the 78, the original, and then I'll make the 1981 Halloween 2 original, and this can be the flashback mask with the paint scheme and the hair. I'm not going to make a real flashback. I thought about it. Why do that? You already have the 78, and I put elements of that flashback into this sculpture, so why even bother? All right, like the lips are the flashback, and right above the eye cuts that bump out, the bumps that are on there, they're in there, so that's from the flashback. All the elements that are there that are just, you know, it's, this sculpture is a combination of a lot of different masks. The eye cuts and the eyebrows are meant to look a lot like um, the Halloween 4-5 poster art. Um, it has attitude. That's what I like about that poster art, Halloween 4 and 5. It has a lot of attitude. The original picture, let me see, do I have that sitting here or over there? I'm not going to worry about it. The original, the actual mask, it's not the actual look of the original mask. It gives you all the elements of all the different masks. And then my plan is, okay, so you'll be able to order this. This is going to produce 3 masks, 78, 81, and the flashback. But as soon as I demold this, I'll be putting it back on my tabletop over here once I clear it off again. And then I'm going to start sculpting the H40 into this sculpture. It's not going to be changed. It's going to just be aged to look like the H40, to replicate the H40. Am I duplicating the H40? No. I'm making my Creeper 78 into a 40-year later 1978. So it'll be 40 years later, and it'll be the 2018, or I'll name it. Yeah, I'm just going to call it Night Creeper 40. That's what I'm going to call it, Night Creeper 40. And then there'll be Night Creeper Kills. And then I'm going to do Night Creeper Ends. I'm going to give you the Ends look, but I'm also going to do and after I get done demolding the Ends mask, I'm going to make my concept Ends mask, what I think it should have looked like. Yeah, not ready yet. Nope. It's getting there though. I can already see it starting to lose its shine, and it's starting to stiffen up a little bit. I just want to make sure it starts kicking before I start the next batch. Oh yeah, got to be, you know, I don't want to do what I did yesterday. That didn't work too well. So, I'm going to keep at it. Anyway, that's the plan with my sculptures, or my sculpture. It's actually going to be, wait a minute, one, 2, 3, 4, wait, this one, okay, there's going to be 5 retools that'll produce 7 masks. This one here will produce the 3 masks. The other ones will be the 40, the kills, ends, and concept ends. And that's it. I'm done. I'm not doing any more Myers. I thought about doing a flashback, but I'm just like, nah, what's the point? I already have something here that I'm very happy with. I don't need to go any further with it. Let somebody else have this a flashback if they want to. Maybe they're going to come out with that flashback at some point. I don't know. You know, so we'll see. Yeah, this isn't ready yet. I don't want this to because right now it's kind of soft on there. If I push or have to brush anything on there, and the weight gets a little too heavy on top because now I'm horizontal, the weight's sitting on top of it and it's too soft, it'll fracture a little bit, and we don't want that to happen. We want to make sure that is nice and hard on the surface first. So we are just going to wait. I'm just going to keep touching this area where it's kind of wet. Yeah, that's real wet still, so. Oh yeah, we got time. We got ways. Hurry up and wait. Boy, not very chatty tonight, are we? Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Joe Reese, if you're still on, are you working on anything right now? I want to go on your channel later on tonight when I get this done, and check you out. See what you've been doing lately. Kind of tired tonight, man. Yeah, see, it's still brittle. Look at that. Let me see. See it in my fingers? It's breaking apart. It's one of the drips that I had. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Don't care. I got old clothes on for that reason. Oh yeah, this has got to be kicked first. It's got to definitely be kicking. Got to feel that heat and I got to feel that hardness before I start putting anything on here. Nope, still wet. Still cold. Pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. Waiting on the questions. Kind of talked out, man. I'm kind of tired from yesterday talking so much. My voice is a little shot today. I mean, I was talking for 5 hours yesterday with you guys. So it's me and somebody else on here. That's it. I had up to 4 people, but this is what I don't like about doing the live, is because you really are, sitting here in a standstill, waiting for. In the summertime, as fast as I put this on, it starts to cure, and I mean, by the time I even get the next batch on there, it's already hot and hard, and that fast. And I mean, it doesn't take long. You've seen how long? How long was I out there? 5 minutes, mixing up that batch. Yeah. Once it starts to stiffen up in the bucket, it's. But I do like this added working time, because you don't have to worry about the stuff's getting hard in your bucket and you got a real hard cleanup. So I was able to clean out the bucket real good, and I can just keep right on. So. Oh yeah, man. I'm sleepy. And sitting here doing nothing don't help. There's nothing I can do. There's absolutely nothing I can do right now. So now this, once I have this mold finished tonight, it's going to sit here for like 3-4 days. I want to make sure that the stone is completely dried out and cured. I'm leaving it right where it's at, and I'm going to leave it here until it's really cured, because if you try to crack this open too soon, you will definitely, that stone will break. So I'm going to let it cure for probably 2-3 days. Probably after the weekend before I crack this open. Yeah, no doubt. It's definitely going to be after the weekend. So I figure, let me see, today's Thursday. So we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Probably going to crack it open Monday or Tuesday-ish. That should do it. And I don't want to put it outside because the sun, you know, if it's not warm out, then it's not really going to cure it any quicker. So I'll just leave it right in here because it's 70 degrees inside my house, and it'll cure, I think, the best right in here with the 70-degree temps. So I'll leave it right where she's sitting. Maybe I'll put it standing upright and put it on something like a chair over to the side so I can take the table down so I can get to my computer. I can't get to my computer the way it is right now. Drive me crazy. All right, come on. Let me feel some heat. Nope, nothing yet. Cold as ice. Yeah, I think that dental stone definitely slows the curing process up a little bit because that water wasn't real cold either. So definitely keep that in mind, guys. It cures slower. I kind of prepared for that just in case because I didn't know what this stuff was going to do. As far as curing, because that was one of my concerns because of the different weather temps right now, and you know, the water was so cold yesterday. That water I had was really cold. So yeah, I just want to make sure I don't put any extra weight on the face. And it's not about worrying about the sculpture. That's not what's going to happen. What will happen is if I start putting on plaster on here and getting it too thick and heavy, what will happen is this coat right here, because it's semi-hard, can crack, especially on the surface of the clay. And if that happens, forget it. Your mold's done. You're finished. Your mold won't be any good. So just let this harden. You want to make sure that this is hard. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, man. Crazy. Oh man, I got the yawns. I'm tired. Oh, Norton, thank you, buddy, for joining the stream. Now it's I post the link to the YouTube on my Facebook. This way, you know, you'll get notified. I try to let everybody know that I'm on on Facebook. You know, or I try to let everybody know I'm on YouTube Live on Facebook. That's what I do. I just share it, and you know, it doesn't post on its own. I wish it did. I wish I was like, I got a friend of mine that can probably figure that out, where as soon as I go live on YouTube, it'll automatically go on to Facebook and all the other platforms that I'm on. I'd like to do that. That would be really cool. All I want to do is, though, share the link to the stream on YouTube. I'm not trying to stream on Facebook or any of those other platforms. TikTok or whatever it is. I don't even know half of them. My buddy set all that up for me, um, and I just want to make sure that it launches every time I go on and I go live on YouTube. You get notified. That's what I want. I want some kind of automatic notification for everybody. So, Bo, you haven't been here, so I'm going to show you what I've been doing. I actually got the first coat on. I did the clay. I came on late today. Had a couple errands to do. Had, laxy daisy kind of day. I'm like, I posted a video saying that I'm going to be on at 2 p.m. Well, once I started running around, all of a sudden it was 2 o'clock when I was still out, and it was 2:30. Then I'm like, oh my God, it's 3. So by the time I got started on doing the mold, like doing the clay on the neck, and putting the pry keys onto the sculpture, I started that. I think I said it was like 3:30, and then by the time I went on, it was about an hour ago now. I went on live, and I had everything ready. All I had to do was spray some release on it and start making batches of plaster and put it on there. I didn't want to show you all the other boring stuff. I had the video before last. I show where I pull out the sheathing, or the aluminum flashing. I pull it out with needle nose vice grips, and it's not that hard. Comes right out with no problem. And you can see these register keys now right in here. Here, and right here is where that register. I'm trying to feel that it's getting there now. Okay, it's starting to lose its. It's not hot, but it's not real cold like it was. So it's getting ready to start kicking. I cannot put more clay on this or plaster on this because I just explained this is still soft and brittle. It's still soft and brittle. This is this poor piece of drops that went onto the table. I can still, it's like Play-Doh. So what would happen is if I started putting more stone on top of this right now, the weight of that stone could crack this, and you don't want nothing cracking on the face of your mold, because if it's cracked, you're done. The mold shot. So make sure your first layer gets nice and hard. Even if you have to wait an hour, it doesn't matter. You want to make sure that this is kicking, and you start feeling this getting warm, and this is getting ready to kick. I can tell you that right now. All of a sudden that's going to get real hot. Oh yeah. Not doing nothing until that gets hot. And hard. I want it harder. When it starts to get hot, it's pretty hard at that point. And because I've never worked with the dental cowl, we're calling it dental cowl now. What do you think, guys? It's dental plaster and Ultra Cal 30 combined. So we're going to call it dental cowl. Pretty funny. Dental cowl. Maybe we'll call it dental cowl 30. The mixture. Love it. Thank you, Joe Reese, turning us on to that. That is definitely a big help. I was having so much problems with demolding, but most of it was my fault. I was making my batches too thin. Come Come on. Come on, baby. Still a little cold, but it's going to get warm all of a sudden. It's going to start getting hot. Oh, yeah. This is definitely lengthening your working time. The combination of the ultra cal and the dental cal, or dental plaster, is definitely giving you more working time. Um, what's your opinion on that, Joe? You know what? I like the dental cal with the space in between it. That's pretty cool. I like that because yeah, we'll put the dental cal and then put 30 on the end of that. Dental cal 30. That's pretty cool. And we'll let Joe Reese take that since he created it. I think that's yeah, Joe. It was you, right, that created the idea of using the mix. So if it is you, Joe, then there you go. You got a name for your mix. Dental Cal 30. Whatever you want to do. I don't care. Wasn't my idea. I saw it on somebody on here was watching me, and it might have been Joe yourself that suggested to use the. I thought it was. I don't know. I just know that I went to watch his video, and it was cool. He put dental stone and ultra cal. He only used 1 cup to each batch, though. 1 cup dental stone to each batch of his. So I used a full scoop. I didn't use just 1 cup. Can't wait to see how it absorbs moisture. That's really what I'm waiting to see once I do a mask in it. Nope, no heat yet. No heat yet. Come on, heat. I want to feel some heat. I'm really tired. Yeah, so the next coat will be. Now we're going to put one more coat on here to thicken it up, and then we're going to do a burlap coat, and possibly, if I have anything left over in that burlap coat, I'm going to pack out these walls really thick right here. I got to make sure it's like that on here, because when I go to hammer on this side of the wall, the face side, to get the demold it, this has got to be really strong and really thick to get it apart. So come on, come on, come on. The stuff's too soft yet. Getting harder though. Yep, there we go. It's starting to get hard. Just needs to kick. Once that kicks, man, that starts to really harden up strong. Oh yeah. I want it right. Yeah, I want to start doing the playlists on my YouTube channel. I want to put all the stuff, like anything to do with mold making. When I make the molds, that's all going to be in a playlist. Everything that I've done with sculpting, I want to break that down, like when I'm doing ears and noses and eyes and eyebrows, and I'm going to break that down and put it into sculpting playlist. And then anything else I do, I just want to make sure that I break it down. Hairing a mask, that's going to be its own folder. Um, Painting the mask, weathering the mask, all that stuff. It's all going to be broke down. Uh, Painting and weathering a mask, that's probably going to be one folder. And I got to put all my videos into each one of those playlists. As a matter of fact, as soon as I get this done, and maybe tomorrow during the day, I'm going to start putting my stuff into playlists instead of having it like, Jesus, man, it's just one video after another, and after. Overhauls, that's going to be another, like the Trick or Treat, Tots Trick or Treat Studios overhauls. That'll be a playlist. Um, the Jason costume, that will be its own playlist. Um, you know, and I'll break it down when I do I'll break down in the playlist, I'll break down each one of those videos to what I was doing. So that'll be cool. Anything that I have a video that I did, I'm gonna put it in a playlist. Tectonic, welcome back, buddy. Yeah, I waited to go on. I had some errands to run. I had a whole bunch of stuff come up today. Just turning in. Can't wait to watch you separate the mold. Yeah, it's just, what are you gonna do? I mean, it's like feast or famine. You gotta roll with the punches. I even put a video up saying I'm gonna be on at 2 o'clock. I'm gonna be on at 2 o'clock, and then this happened, and then that happened, and that happened. I was gonna actually go back on and say, wait a minute, guys, I'm gonna be late today. Yeah, this sculpture is really going to look good, man. I think this mask is going to turn out amazing. I really think it's going to be a nice mask. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm going to have everything step by step in order. It'll be part 1, part 2, part 3, all that stuff. I'm definitely going to do that. I misunderstood what you texted there, Bo Norton. What is that? Chunker of a mold with that big 29-inch sculpt. Haha. Wow. What a chunker of a mold. Yeah, it's a huge mold. I mean, I'm a big dude, man. I'm pretty big. I'm like, you can see my gut. I'm a fat dude. This thing's big. It's a big mold. And yeah, it's 29 inches in diameter. If you measure from the brow around right to the top of the ears and then to the furthest point of the back of the head, this diameter is 29 inches. And yeah, it's a chunker. I like that nickname, chunker. So it's going to sit in the mold until probably Tuesday. I don't want this thing to be the slightest chance of being any moisture. I don't want any moisture inside the stone. I'm going to leave it right in the house here. I'm probably going to put it on a chair. I need to put a chair in here and just leave it there. I'll stand it upright and I'll leave it on that chair until like Tuesday, and then we're going to split this sucker open. And boy, is that going to be a nerve-wracking day. Whew. That's going to make me nervous. Yes, it will. I'll be a nervous wreck on that one. I got all these notifications that are driving me crazy. Close. But I like my notifications on so I can, I definitely want to thank Joe Reese for turning me on to the the dental stone mixing in with the ultracal, because it definitely is harder. It's a lot harder. Okay, now I'm starting to feel like the dust, but I'm still not feeling heat. I want to feel that heat before I start mixing the next batch. So I can feel that it's getting dusty. It's getting where I need it to be, but I don't feel any heat yet. So I need it to support weight. No, no, never separate. Oh man, definitely never separate it too soon, because if you separate this way too soon, what'll happen is the stone's still soft. If there's moisture in any of the stone, it'll be soft. So you want to make sure that you wait. I've just learned that lesson too many times the hard way. Make sure that the stone is not soft. You want to make sure it's hard and completely cured. Completely cured. And when I say completely cured, that means there can't be any moisture inside that stone. Yeah, I want to make sure that this thing's completely cured. I'm actually going to leave this sculpture in the house because my my house is set at 70 degrees. Yeah, oh, I'm going to give it more than that, more than 24 hours. I'm figuring Tuesday. I'm going to have the whole weekend. Tuesday, I think it'll be dry by the weekend, but I'm going the extra mile because of the trouble that I've been having. I'm going to wait till this thing is absolutely hard. Um, Hard as a rock, hard as a piece of steel. Press man, hey man, are you making a 25? Yes, I will be making a 25.5 inch and a 27.5 inch. Yes, you're right on that. That's exactly what two sizes will be. Anything, I can't really make it much smaller than that because the 25 inch, the 27.5 mold makes a 25.5 inch. If I were to make another casting in the 25.5 inch, what I would end up with is a 23.5 inch mask. You get what I'm saying? It shrinks every 2 inches. And I tried calculating it right with this sculpture, but all the retooling that I did with it to change it, to make it look right, it changed the size. I had it perfect the way I wanted it, so this way I could make my original size was so I could make a 27 inch, a 25 inch, oh no, I'm sorry, a 28 inch, a 26 inch, and a 24 inch. That's what I was trying to do originally. I was going to have three masks. 26 would have been for somebody fairly big too. I don't know though. I mean, I don't know. I think the 25.5, if I make it a thick mask, it'll shrink up to about 24 and a half. If it's real thick, the thickest you can make a mask. The thicker the mask is, the more it shrinks. So if I make an extremely thick 25 and a half inch mask, it'll shrink up to probably like 24 and a half. You know, I don't know for sure. There's no guarantee. You never know. You know, but my 25 and a half inch latex mask comes out of a 27.5 inch mold. All right. The 27.5 inch mask comes out of a 30 inch, or what's my 25, 27? Yeah, 29 inch mold sculpture. This is 29, so I think maybe now I'll be 29. You know what? I think I've changed it enough to where now it is 20. It's going to be a 27 inch, not 27 inch, not 27.5. There'll be a 27 inch, a 25 inch, and if I can't shrink it down any further than that because below 24 it won't fit nobody. Maybe a little kid. That's it. I don't like making anything smaller than 24 is about as small as I'll ever make a mask. 25 I think is the magic number though, and so that's better than 25 and a half. So now that the sculpture, which we just measured it, now that the sculpture is 29 inches in diameter, I'll remeasure it. I thought I got it at 29. I thought it was 29. If it's 29 and a half, then we're still in the same place. But I think I took a little bit off the back of the head to make it the 20, to take that 5, that half inch off in diameter. I don't know how it came off, but it's off. So what are you guys gonna do for the weekend? I'm waiting. I'm trying to. Jesus, it's not getting hot. Why? It's not kicking yet. It's just I gotta wait till it gets hot. Wait a minute. I'm a little lost tectonic on what you mean by how you. Are you saying you went straight down the ear and didn't go around the back of the ear? Is that what you mean? You went straight across the ear and your seam's going straight across? Yeah, okay. I get it. If you're good with a Dremel, wait a minute, I'm lost. You had one, but I had one whole ear. In the front of the mold with the face. All right, so in order to have the ear on the front of the mold, you have to go behind the ear, all right, with your sculpture or with your dividing wall. It has to go behind the ear. If you're trying to make your ears go on the back half of the mold, you're going to have your seam in front of the ear, which I never do it that way because there's just, you don't want that seam going right, right, it's too noticeable. I always put my dividing wall right behind the ear, and it's harder to get off. It's harder to pry off the front part of the mold because you got to destroy your ears in order to get it off, especially with hard clay. No, that's good. That's where you're supposed to go. You're supposed to go behind the ear. All right, maybe like right on the very edge of the ear. Not too far back because that's what I did and broke my mold. All right, so my seam was behind the ear, ignoring it completely. Your seam was behind the ear and you ignored it completely? I'm not sure what you mean. You ignored it. Yeah, I would never put a seam right through the ear. It's just too much. Now you've got two halves that are hard to get apart. Let me see. Get my arrow out of the way. The seam wasn't touching the ear at all. So, okay, you're saying it was literally on the side of the head. It wasn't touching the back of the, it wasn't touching the ear. It was actually on the back side of the head. Woo, man, that must have been hard getting. Well, if you're using soft clay, you're okay. Bo Norton working in the 30-inch cooler at the chicken paint for the weekend. Am I reading that right? Working in the 30-degree cooler at the chicken paint for the weekend. Not sure what the chicken paint is, but if you're in 30-degree cold weather trying to do anything, it isn't pleasant. Especially when you're sitting around waiting for something to kick, and it's not kicking. What is going on? I don't feel any temperature change here. What is going on? I am not doing anything to this until I feel temperature change. 30 degrees. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the way I did the dividing wall, I did everything. It's pretty easy. The dividing wall is like I like doing the dividing wall to where the ears are, and then I put clay. Well, you've seen what, if you watch the video, you see what I did with the clay and the ears. It's, it's not hard. It's pretty difficult. It's pretty easy. I mean, and the it doesn't take that long to demold. It doesn't take that long to it's just, that's just my way. I don't know if anybody else is out there doing that same thing that I'm doing the way I do it, but I like it this way. I like definitely doing the back of the head first all the time. You always want to do the side that doesn't have a lot of detail first. All right, and then I do that vertical. Yeah, I hope so. Now, I like to do the back of the head vertical, and then I lay it down horizontal, and I make sure it's kind of level. I want to make sure it's level this way. And then what I do is I put the stone on horizontally, and I just build it up, build it up, build it up. And then after about 3, 4, 5 days, I'll grind this edge down, or all my register, my pry keys are. All right, my register keys are here. They're the little grooves that I put in the plaster, and these are the pry spots right here. Pry, register key, and this is a register key here, and I think a register key there. So pry, and what happens is when I grind this down, I grind it to about here. I grind all this off, and it exposes where the pry spots are, where the clay is inside. And you just take your screwdriver and you stick it in here, stick one there, and then stick one in here, and then you do this. You pry either this way or that way, depending on what hand you are. You pry it apart that way. You put the pressure on it like this. That's how you want to pry it apart. You don't want to try and lift this way with both, or that way. You do it, you separate it that way, and all of a sudden you'll see it come apart. But it's real important to grind the edge down real good first, because if any of the plaster kind of ran over on the other side, it'll grab, because I'm not going to Vaseline all this up on the back side. I don't have to, because if I grind off down to about here all the way around, all right, it'll separate real easy. It'll pop right off, because it's nothing holding it. Nothing will hold it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's a better method out there with the mold making. I use a grinder. I get a grinder, and I put a sand disc on the grinder, a real abrasive sand disc, and you'll see that. You'll see that on Tuesday when I go to when I separate this. I go out on my side porch because it throws dust everywhere when you're grinding this down, and then I'll zip tie it to the porch, to the front, so it can't move, and then I will definitely separate it, hopefully with very little effort, but we'll see. We will find out soon enough. Do your followers post their sculpting work on your Facebook page for you to view? I think you can. I may not have my Facebook page, allowing people to post things, because I don't want a lot of. I would love it if you had just good people posting good things, but sometimes you get people posting some crazy stuff, and I don't want that. I don't want all that nutty stuff on my page, so I kept my, I think the posting is keeping people from being able to post on my page. Maybe I can do the page, like, instead of my main page, my personal page, I put on my business page, I can make it so people can put their content on. Yeah, I'm gonna get my friend to do that for me on Facebook. I don't do all this social stuff. I really don't. I'm an old school guy. I do some social stuff. I know how to do a little bit here and there with it, but not crazy. I'm just I'm 60 years old, man. Everything I like to do, I do with my hands, my ears. That's what I do. I like doing things with my hands. Sitting and doing all the social media stuff just bores me to death. And I like talking to people directly. I don't like texting. I hate it. I hate texting. I get too long-winded for texting. Anybody that's got a text message from me can swear to that. I think it's always because I'm always trying to make sure they understand what I'm saying. And that's why it ends up being a long message all the time. So, yeah, it's sometimes the text messages can come across as like, oh, well, what the heck does that mean? Or what do you mean by that? And yeah, I'm not a very negative person at all. I just kind of roll with the punches, as they say. I don't believe in getting too upset about anything, to tell the truth. Yeah, this stuff's still too soft. I'm crumbling this stuff in my hands. Still moist. Wow. Okay. Just gotta hurry up and wait. Ooh, starting to feel heat. Yes, all right, finally. I'm feeling the heat right over here. Feeling it right here. Right here, right here. See if there's anywhere else. On the nose. Right here, right here, right here. I'm feeling heat. Hey, finally we're starting to get somewhere now. So the Vaseline is keeping both halves from sticking together. Yes, I Vaselined up the walls. All right. After I put the clay on, my pry clay had to be put on the walls first. Then you Vaseline everything, because if you try to put that clay on there with the Vaseline, you're not going to get it on there. So make sure that you put your clay on first for your pry spots, and then Vaseline all up. And I take my brush. So this is the edge of the head right here. I take my brush and I push it up into the, it's a lot sharper than this. This is for the plaster. It's all messed up, but I push it up into the head, and then I pull it back this way. I don't want to get a lot of Vaseline on the sculpture. So that's what I do. I put it up, I push it in, bristle it in, and then pull it out, especially behind the ear, underneath behind the spot. Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's still moist underneath the chin, so I can feel. I gotta wait a few more minutes, probably another 10 minutes, and this thing will be really cooking. Yeah, they won't stick together. And once this, what I'm waiting for is once it's all warm everywhere, then I'm going to go out there and start mixing another batch, and start layering on another batch. And it's just taking a little bit more time than my normal sculpt, because I think it's a combination of mixing the dental plaster with the Ultra Cal 30, and also that the water's kind of chilly. The water's pretty cold, so it's the combination. It makes it gives you a lot more working time, and it takes a lot longer to start kicking. So, but I definitely don't want to put any weight on this until I know it's hard enough to where it won't crack by putting weight on it with more stone, because this stuff gets really, yeah, that's starting to get hard now. Oh yeah. Still too soft. I can feel it. It wants to break. It doesn't. These pieces that I was picking up yesterday, they weren't much thicker than this, and I couldn't snap them with my two fingers. They're breaking apart real easy right now. It's not kicking all the way through yet. It's not cured enough. So make sure your stone is hard and you feel it warm from the chemical reaction. You want to feel that warmth. You definitely don't want to put your more stone on top of that, especially being horizontal like this. All the weight's sitting on the face, and if the stone is still soft and brittle, it'll crack from the weight of the new batch, and that means the face of your sculpture is hitting that stone. If the stone's all cracked on top of it, it's going to be a mess, and it won't be stuck together anymore. It'll come apart. As soon as you go to take this thing apart, it'll be destroyed. So it'll be a mess. Yep. Yeah, you paint the walls. If you back up where I started on this video, you can see what I did. But right now we're hurry up and waiting. It just takes a little bit of time. It's going to take time because it takes longer to cure. Once this is hard, the next batch I don't have to wait until it gets to this point. The next batch I just need to get it so it's stiff. It doesn't have to be hard. I don't want to have to worry about it cracking. So yeah, I did use quite a bit. Joe Reese, I used quite a bit of dental stone. I used a full scoop of 24 ounces, about 24 ounces, little under 24 ounces of dental stone. I know it's overkill, but I've had so many problems with my demolding process. But I do know what I did wrong. I made my Ultra Cal 30 way too thin. Whatever you do, don't make your batches too thin, because if the batch is too thin, you will have a brittle Ultra Cal 30 mold. So yesterday, if you watch my video, I show you exactly how much plaster I put into. I show the whole process of doing the very first layer of plaster that I made for the back half of the mold. yesterday, I actually take you through the whole step of how to mix the plaster, what you're looking for. I actually have the camera right into the bucket so you can see exactly what I'm doing. And you know, and how much I went above the water line. I went above the water line until there was a complete dry powder over top of the entire, the whole surface. There's a surface of dry powder over the whole thing, and then I let it sit for 3 to 5 minutes, and it saturated. All the water got up inside of that and cracked like a lake bed. And that was nice and dense. That was really hard. So, okay, I think I'm ready for the next batch, guys. Yep, even the chin's hot now. Yep, I can do it. Now, I think these thin spots that are here, the thinner areas, they don't get hot because there's just not enough plaster there yet to really get hot. So, as long as the mask, now I can see it getting a little bit white in areas here. You see little blotches of white. That's what I'm looking for. By the time I mix up my bucket, this will be safe enough to really put that extra coat on there. All right, let me go mix another bucket full. It's already outside. I'll be right back in about 3 to 5 minutes, not even. Don't go nowhere, guys. I'm going to start adding the next batch. Only I am going to take this light away, so you're going to see the light change a little bit on here. Because now it's dark outside, and I need to be able to see what I'm doing out here. I got the door open. So. Okay. this is a really thick batch. This is going to be a thick batch. All right, we don't need the light in here for this. Actually, you know what? I do want the light. Yeah, I want the light. I need to wash my hands anyway while that's saturating. Okay. Put the light back on the subject. There we go. Yuck. It's going to be a nice hot shower again tonight. Yeah, that's already saturating pretty good. If you can see inside that bucket, you see how it's cracking up like a lake bed? It's completely dry all the way in, all the way across the surface. That's how I like to mix my batter, so I know it's nice and thick. It's called bringing it up to saturation. So this was only 24 ounces of water, and by the time I filled that, all right, so it was basically 1 liter, and now it's all the way up to 2.5 liters. So that adding that much plaster went from 1 liter to all the way up to 2.5 liters, roughly, or 24 ounces. It's 24 ounces. I like to stick with the ounces. 24 ounces, and it's all the way up to, I can't see it. You know what, that's quart. Let me look at the, oh, wait a minute, here's the ounces. All right, I'm wrong. I had 32 ounces in here. 32 ounces of water is what I used. And now it's all the way up to 80 ounces. So now there's 80 ounces of water and plaster combined in here. And what I'm going to do is kind of spread that out. See that little powder that's not absorbing because it's too high? So you just kind of knock it down and put it over top of the areas that are wet. And it'll absorb it. And it cracks like a lake bed. This is almost ready to, let me see if I can get it a little closer to you so you can see the whole thing. That didn't help you. All right, never mind. We'll leave it like it was. All right. All right, and I got my brush right here. So now I'm going to mix this by hand. All right, and how I do that is I just go in here and I just make sure I scrape the walls real good. I get in there and I just kind of mush it around. It's all completely saturated. It's working real. Oh man, that's nice. Oh yeah, feels like cream. It's so thick. I don't have a lot of clumps because it got completely saturated. That's what you want. If it's completely saturated, there's very little clumps. It kind of just dissolves the minute you kind of squish them in your hands. And any kind of lumps that you do feel, they just completely, because they're saturated. This is a pretty thick batch. See how it's like pancake batter. That's what you want. What do I do with that water? I don't want it to drip. I got to go outside and wash my hands in that bucket. All right, let's go do it. Jesus. There we go. At the base of that camera stand a little bit. Okay, time to start playing again. Time to play again. All right, let me see. What did you write here? What content am I going to give you until then? Let me see. I'll have to think about that. I'll have to think about it. I have to think about that one. What can I do between now and Tuesday? Good question. I mean, I have to work Friday and Saturday, so I can't do anything on Friday and Saturday that involves major, like if I can't, yeah, most of my work gets done, anything like this, I have to work during the week. That's why you're seeing me on Thursdays and Wednesdays, and I have to work on weekends, so it makes it tough. When everybody's playing, I'm working. Does suck sometimes. Working all the time when everybody else is off. Oh well. We all don't get to do what we want, that's for sure. I mean, I honestly want to do this for the rest of my life. That's how I feel about this. I really like this a lot. I'm not trying to put too much on here because I'm only going to grind that away anyway. I definitely have to pile it up on the walls. And the head. I'll take my glasses. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see what you said. Oh, you didn't say anything. Okay. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. We don't always get to do what we want, that's for sure. I've been blessed. I've I've had a passion for everything I've ever done for a living, so I've been lucky. Um, a lot of people don't get to do that. They just pick something to make a living, and most times are not very happy with their jobs for most of their lives. Um, I always say follow your passion, money will come, as long as it's not something that's so hard to achieve. Like, you know, if you, it's one thing to reach for the stars, it's another thing to reach for Pluto, you know. Or, you know, that was a bad analogy, but, you know what I mean. You don't want to like, get involved with something that's really not going to pan out, you know, or, yeah, it's like, all right, I like to act, all right, if you like to be an actor. Well, not everybody makes it to Hollywood, you know, regardless of how many years they try. You have to have that it factor, and some of us just don't have it. Not everybody can be a musician because you have to have an ear. You know, you can't. You know, not everybody can draw. Not everybody can sculpt. Not everybody can do anything. You know, that's we're lucky. We're blessed with these kind of things. You know, when God gives you a gift like that, you know, don't throw it away. Especially if you are gifted in anything that you do. You know, even mechanics. I got a buddy of mine, man. He can listen to a motor and know exactly what's wrong with it just by hearing it. To me, that blows my mind. And I have what they call perfect pitch hearing because I'm a musician. And but when I see somebody do that, it kind of blows my mind. I don't know. There's only a few people I've met in my life that were able to do that and really be accurate. Oh yeah, this is wrong. Oh, that's wrong. How the hell did you know that? You never even opened the hood. I can hear it. I'm like, what? Oh yeah. You know, it's an amazing thing, man. Yeah, it's like you know, guys that don't have good hearing and stuff like that. I don't mean bad hearing, but I mean, you know, can't hear, not real musical. Um, I always tell them don't even pursue being a musician. People that just can only read music, 9 times out of 10, if they're actually trying to make it professionally, you'll never really make it. Not if you can't really, you know, if you're not really gifted. Just reading music's just not good enough. This coat goes all over the head mainly because I got to make sure that I'm thick enough on these walls on the face to really pull the moisture out. And as this gets beefed up here, that'll be good. I gotta stand a little bit because I gotta get some batter over on the other side and underneath the chin real good. Gotta start packing it on in here. Put it over here now. And there's nothing wrong with that either. Being a jack of all trades and master of none. You know who's going to survive in a world that's falling apart? The guy that's a jack of all trades and master of none. Just so you know. So don't ever think yourself of being lesser than somebody else just because you never mastered anything. I got news for you. I'll take a guy that knows a little bit about everything over anybody that knows everything about something and nothing about anything else. So, just my thoughts. I've done a lot of different things in my life, so I do know how to. I'm a carpenter. I can do a lot of different things, and I guess I kind of fit in that category as I'm a master of none. Yeah, I can't do mechanics. Man, I tighten one bolt and break the other one off. I am terrible with mechanics. Never could. Didn't have the patience for it. I hated it so much I just couldn't stand even. You know, most times, a lot of it's my father's fault. And I love my dad, don't get me wrong. But when did he try to teach me mechanics? When it was 10 degrees outside, you know what I mean? So, so when that happens, you kind of have a bad taste in your mouth with you know, doing mechanic work. So I get it. You know, I just think that's what. Yeah, that wasn't cool for me. I didn't enjoy that at all. knuckle busting. Mechanics I always got my knuckles busted every time I worked on something. And I was like, I don't like this shit. This ain't going to be what I do for a living. I can tell you that right now. Never found a passion for it at all, doing mechanic work. I'm going to put the rest right up in here. Yeah. That's sagging a little bit, but that's okay. We can get that. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. This is going to be a nice mold. All right, so we're going to pour this now. Another long wait. Okay, gotta go clean my bucket out. And we got another long wait for this batch to cure. And God, what can we talk about, guys? I'm running out of things to talk about. I can talk about what else I do for a living. Right. Give me a second. I'm washing the bucket out. Oh yeah, that water's getting colder now. There we go. The hurry up and wait game has just begun. The water's colder now, so it's even going to take longer. That sucks. And this is pretty much close to the last batch. Well, I think this is the last batch. What I have to do now is when it really thickens up, when it really thickens this time, then when I really pack out the walls, I make sure that the neck area is really closed in and literally flush with the clay. I want to make sure so I'm probably going to make a really thick batch this time. Put the burlap in it so it cures quicker. Come on, man. This chair is not rolling. All right, I want to be able to reach my mouse. Yeah, I can definitely relate. I'm into building computers, playing guitar, making masks, graphic design. So I can definitely relate. Hey, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm a disc jockey by trade. I've been a DJ since 1976 and made pretty much my living doing that throughout my entire life. On and off, you know what I mean? I don't, it's not something where you know, it's feast or famine sometimes. I'm still working at it. I still do a lot of nightclubs, radio station, mix shows. I used to do all that. I don't do that anymore. I kind of retired from the whole scene. I'm retired from all that. So it's been do it for fun. I've been doing it for fun over 10 years. I don't do it for money like I used to years ago. I do it for fun. And, you know, I do my artwork. Yeah, it's a saturated business now. So the problem with technology today is it's very easy to be a DJ today. I mean, even like I've been mixing in key. If you play guitar, you know what I'm talking about. I've been mixing in key because I play keyboards, and I've mixed in key since I started DJing in '76, in 1976, and that's why my mixing skills were so good. No, wait a minute. Oh, whoa. 1976, I've got that way wrong. All right, this is how it happened. All right, summer of 1976, I went up on the boardwalk with my working papers. I was only 14 years old, and I went to the manager slash ride operator to this ride called, I think it was the Himalaya. It might have been the Music Express. I forget which one it was. It was one of those spinning. You know, you go on this train that goes over these hills and it goes around and around and around and around. You know, so it's like it spins. And I go up to him and they're basically saying, "You're 14. You have to be 16 to operate any of the rides." But wait a minute, kid, I got an idea. So he pulls me into the DJ booth that's inside, it operates the ride, but they have an external operating booth too. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. So there was a DJ booth and a operating booth that was right next to each other. So he pulls me into the DJ booth. I didn't know anything, man. I was 14 years old. And I was into rock, man. I was a rock and roller, man, all the way. And it was all disco they were playing there. It was all disco. And there was a place called the Sundance Discotheque in Wildwood, I'm sorry. And it was right down the street from the pier. So what happened was, he was friends with the DJ that worked there, and in the wintertime, this DJ that worked at the Sundance Discotheque also worked Studio 54. All right, this is 1976, 1977. This is the height, almost the height of the disco era, and I want to say 77 and 78 were the height of the disco era. Anyway, so he sends me down there. He says, look, you're going to have to go there Saturday night into Sunday morning at 5 a.m. It was Sunday morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, every weekend, and pick up these records. He had extra records being sent to him directly from the labels, and he would send me down there to get these Crater records that he would leave in their little room that he left open so I can get in there and grab them. But he didn't want to leave them in there for a length of time, so he was like, get them, you make sure you're on time. So I went there, got those records every weekend, took them up to the pier on a big bicycle rack that I had a big newspaper basket that I used to deliver the bulletin. I hustled as a kid. I really did. I was always doing something. And so anyway, I go up on the pier. I bring the records, and he had everything in a row where everything would mix. But I didn't know anything about mixing at that point. So I got to know this guy that worked the Sundance Discotheque, and he was really a nice guy. Yeah, come on in.
What's going on, Johnny?
Hey, we're streaming live, and I'm explaining my history in DJing.
Hey, how about that?
So,
look at that. Look at that mess over there.
Yeah,
That's
isn't that a mess?
a big pile. Beautiful mess when it's done.
Yeah, when it's done. That's what I'm hoping. What are you doing tonight?
I just got them doing that job out there. That TV job.
Did you?
Finished it, done.
Now, what was wrong with it?
No, I'm talking about the job I was just at.
Oh. Was there
Installed 8 TVs.
Oh, 8 TVs. Jesus, man.
Yeah, big setup.
I don't even want to think about doing the wiring for that.
It took me an hour, 2 hours to just run the wires. Fun time.
Anyway, you're gonna be up later, or you're gonna go to bed?
I'll be up a little later.
Well, come on up. I want to talk to you anyway. So, nothing big, just cool,
Okay.
cool shit we want to talk about. I want to get into doing some prop making and all that stuff. We really want to get into that. And I want to fix the channel. I want to do something with the channel.
All right.
There's all kinds of different things I want to do, and we'll talk about that. All right.
All right, sounds good.
That's Angelo. He's my computer guy. He knows everything about this stuff, especially the social media stuff. He's really good with this stuff. He's got his own channel. He's also an electrician and not electrician, electronics engineer is what he is. And he's real good at, we can do props, we can do animatronics. We were going to get into all that. Okay, so getting back to being a DJ. So I got friendly with the guy at the Sundance Discotheque. And basically, he started teaching me how to mix the songs together and stuff with the mixer board and the 2 turntables. When in the Sundance, I was what do you call it? At the Sundance, they had 4 turntables. Wait a minute. No, the Sundance had 6 turntables. There were 6 turntables, I might be wrong. I can't remember. It was either 3, 4, or 6. Isn't that something? Uh, but I remember being someplace else that had 6. I do remember 6 turntables once upon a time at some place that I was working. But anyway, I think it was 3 or 4 turntables at the Sundance. I know some friends, if they ever see the video, they'll straighten me right out. So the Sundance, I got friendly with this guy. He started teaching me how to mix. He brought me in like right before or right after work or whatever he was telling, and he would say, look, I'll show you how to do this, and then you can go up there and practice. So he showed me, a couple techniques, and I practiced, and I got better and better. And my mother is a keyboard player, and she completely played by ear. Well, I inherited her ear, and I was mixing in key and didn't even know it. You know what I mean? I would just hear a song in my head, and I'd hear another song, and I'd go, oh, that's exactly the same chord. I didn't know what it was. I just knew they were identical in key. And it's called perfect pitch hearing. And I started mixing for this guy, and he's like, wait a minute, how do you know that this goes together with that song so well? And he was puzzled by it, and I didn't even know what the hell I was doing. I was just taking songs and going. As I got to learn them, I started to know the songs as I started working at the pier a lot, and I was playing the same Crater records over and over again. I started mixing up my own batches, started mixing my own little sets. And he heard me. He's like, oh my God, dude, you're so good. What did you do? How did you learn how to do this? So this is the guy at the Sundance. And he didn't realize I had, and so one day there was a keyboard in the DJ booth. There was a band. They left a keyboard in there, and it was hooked up. I don't know what they were doing, but they were doing something in there. And I went in, and I just started playing along with the song, whatever was on. And he was like, "Oh, you got to be crapping me." And he's like, "No wonder." And I'm only 14 years old, all right. And he's like, "You got to be kidding me." He said, "You know music theory?" I said, "No." He said, "Do you even know what music theory is?" I said, "No." He says, "You're playing everything by ear right now. You're not only was I playing the melody, and I was following the rhythm, I was also playing the vocal. I was layering the vocal in the vocal along with the melody. So he was like, "Oh my God, dude!" So he's like, "Man, you can become a really good DJ in a matter of no time. It only took you a couple of months to master what I showed you, and then you're already leaps and bounds above me right now because of your ear." So he basically encouraged me to, really stick with the DJing, because I think you got yourself a career here. That's what he said to me. So, when you're 14 years old, you don't. You think, hey, yeah, okay, cool. You know what I liked about it? The girls. The girls went nuts for everything I was doing. So, to make a long story even longer, so I started to do it, and I started DJing. And all of a sudden, he gave me the shift at the Sundance Disco for the teen dances. There was another guy that did it too, and whenever he took off, it was kind of like under the radar type of thing. Nobody knew about it, because they didn't want to get other people that worked at the Sundance mad. So anyway, I went in there and I started doing some teen dances, very few. So yeah, it was an awesome life, and you don't realize how good you have it until you get older and you really appreciate all the small things that have happened in your life. So getting back to this story, so he kind of took me under his wing, because he I guess he knew what he had. If he had stayed with me, and I was just he was my protege, so it was kind of interesting. And then one time, he says, dead of winter, and he says, "Yo," he calls me up on the phone. He says, "Yo, what are you doing?" I said, he says, "I'm going to be down this weekend, but only for a couple, days." and it's in the wintertime. I said, you're going to come down in the winter? He says, yeah, I just want to check on my house real quick. Somebody said that they saw water coming out of the side of the house or whatever the hell it was. So this guy was older. I mean, he was older. He was probably in his 20s or late mid 20s, but he was, I forget. Anyway, so it's been so many years I can't remember the guy's name. You're talking 50 years ago. So I get over there, and he says, look, he says I got to come back down here again in a couple days. Do you want to come up with me where I work? I said, yeah, sure, why not? So he doesn't really talk about it that much, and he does say the name of the club, and I don't think nothing of it. So we get up there, and I see this guy out front, and he's like, yeah, you can come in. No, you can't. You're not. You just don't look right. And he's being like real arrogant, And he was this thin little guy. I was like, whoa. I said, we're gonna get in. He said, no, we get in. We get in the back. We go in the back. And he's like, I'm like, I said, who's that? He said, that's the owner. I said, oh, okay. Am I gonna have to meet him? I was a little intimidated by the guy. So he says, nah, he may or may not see him. He may come up into the booth. I don't know. It depends what's going on tonight. So we get up into the booth. We're going through the back, come up these hallway, and go up to the steps and go into this booth. And there was a DJ spinning in there, and he was taking the later shift. So he was coming on as this guy was getting done. And apparently this club at that time, I mean, I know what it is now, and believe me, it's going to blow your mind. So I'm in this club, and all of a sudden, now I know who they are now, but when I was 14, I didn't know who these people were, except for one guy. So in walks through the side door. And behind the booth there was another room, and it was an interview room. That's where it was glass all over the place, so you couldn't hear anything. So I'm in there, and I'm sitting there, and this guy comes into that room, and right behind him, in walks Michael Jackson. All right, so Michael Jackson's in there, and he's being interviewed. And I'm kind of sitting there going, huh? I'm like, where am I? So, and, yeah, that's what I thought too at that time. I knew who Michael Jackson was back in them days. So I'm going, and he, this is before he actually had his growing sprout and everything. He was still young, and he's being interviewed. He was still a teenager, and he just, so anyway, I think he was like 16, 17 at the time, I forget. So all of a sudden, behind him, now I didn't know who she was then. I didn't know who the two people were then. But now I know who they were, So in walks Liza Minnelli, right behind him, because she and Michael used to hang out together, and Woody Allen. All right, now at the time I didn't even know who they were. I didn't think nothing of it. But then later on, a couple months later, I seen a movie, or not a movie, but I saw something with Liza Minnelli in it. I went, oh my God, I met her. And my dad looks at me, he goes, what? I said, I met her, and, and it wasn't until like months later that I found out who Woody Allen was, so. And my dad didn't believe me, he still didn't believe me. He's like, no, when we went up to that nightclub, that DJ club, and it was called Studio 54, by the way, it was Studio 54. And I said, I went up there with the DJ that, taught me how to mix, and she was in there, and so was Michael Jackson. Nobody believed me. I mean, I told this, and I wasn't like just plain, no big deal. It was Michael Jackson, Liza Minnelli, and I didn't know who Liza Minnelli was at the time, but Woody Allen. Found out later on who Woody Allen was. Forget, I don't know if it was a movie or a friend said, oh, you met him? And I went, yeah, that guy, that guy that's on that picture there. I'm like, he's like, yeah, oh my God, dude, that's Woody Allen. So I was like, okay, whatever. I was an arrogant little shit. I didn't think nothing of it. I really didn't. I don't get all caught up into that glamour or the. You know, it's funny. I was more starstruck with Dick Warlock than I was with any star that I've ever met through the years doing what I do. And it's so weird. I really was starstruck with Dick Warlock, meeting him this summer. I met him for the first time this summer at Monster Mania in Cherry Hill. So, yeah, this is already starting to dry. Yeah, yeah, I got my mask signed. I'll show you the signatures on the mask once I get this next coat on. I think I showed you guys that mask. Yes, was it yesterday? Did I show you guys the mask? So, Bo Norton, if you're still on, what are you a jack of all trades of? What do you guys all do for a living? Why don't you guys talk a little bit? I'm talking. Text. What do you guys do for a living? What's your main source of income? What do you do that really makes your living for you? Just curious. I'm okay with drawing. I think what it is I don't really like drawing that much, you know, so I don't take the time and the energy into it. That's why I got into sculpting, because I really I like working with my hands. I like getting, you know, three-dimensional. So you're kind of drawing with your hands is what you're doing. But I'm not a real big fan of drawing. I just feel like, I think what it is with drawing is, you know, you really can't sell that product that much, because there's just, who wants to, you know, if you're doing real nice painting, you know, you got to be dead before that painting's worth anything. You know what I mean? I could have been an excellent artist. I really could have. I could have done. I mean, what's his name's. I want to say Alan Ross, not Alan Ross. Um, Ross. Come on. You know, the painter, Ross. Come on, I can't think of his first name. What the heck's wrong with me? Yeah, I learned his style of painting. Really? Bob Ross, yeah, thank you. You know, got a senior moment there. What am I going to say? And buying and reselling currently with graphic design on the side. Well, that's a nice job. Um, going to go full force into the mask stuff. If you're young, and I've been told this by even like, you know, Nick Malpagano, it's very hard to make a living, a complete living with mask making. One, you have to have a really nice workshop. You should have a really good workshop, and you can't really do it just making masks. I think you have to do it doing all kinds of cosplay stuff. You're going to have to do a much broader. You're going to have to make molds. You're going to have to make, you know, you're going to have to do different things in the arts to make a living at it. I'll tell you a guy to watch is Alan Hops at Stilt B Studios. Look him up and watch some of his videos. He has an amazing, and he works a haunt. All right, so he works at a haunt in Texas, and I love watching his content because he really shows you how to do all kinds of crazy things. And he makes all kinds of cool stuff. Alan Hops, and you want to look him up. And his name is spelled Allan, not, you know, the other way. So it's A-N. at the end of Alan Hops, and look him up under Stilt B Studios. Bo Norton, he was just live an hour ago? Damn, missed him? Shit. Well, I'm not catching him as often now because I'm always doing this. I'm always on with my content. But I've learned a lot from him, too. You know, I've learned so much from him that I've actually sent him a mask that I made, my first mask. When this is in production, I'm going to surprise him and send him another one when it's completed. Now, Alan will tell you himself. He was doing makeup. Oh, wow. I've never seen him do makeup. I've only seen him ever do, like, you know, painting and, you know, prop making and stuff like that. I've never seen him do makeup. But anyway, I'll have to look up that video. So yeah, so I'm gonna surprise Alan with a mask because, you know, I always try to give people that I learn from. Like, I even gave Nick Molpagano my first mask. Wasn't that great. It needs so much more. So he was like, you know, he was being nice. You know, he you know, it's funny. You know, I thought I was on fire. I thought I was really accurate with it. But then as I do this, and I've gotten really close to what it should look like, I know now how bad that mask really was. But I'm going to send Nick Molpagano one of my masks too, again, because just to say thank you, and this would not be born if it wasn't for watching you guys. You know, it's the same way with Alan Hops. You know, I can't wait to get to the point where I'm just doing monsters because that's what Alan likes to do. He doesn't do any, he doesn't like to do like Freddy Krueger or Michael Myers. He doesn't want to do anything that's copyright protected. So he makes his own designs. He makes his own monsters, you know, and he does a lot of original stuff, which is really great. He'll tell you he's not the best sculptor in the world. But he's fast, man. He'll knock out a mask in 2 hours. You know, he'll sculpt out a mask in 2 hours and ready for mold. He uses wet clay. He doesn't use monster clay like I did. Now, I took on this really hard mask more so because I knew I could do it. I just needed to learn how to and learn a little bit more human anatomy. You know, and learn by what I was seeing, you know, versus, it just took time. It took a lot more time than I thought that it was going to. I was under the impression when I first got into this mask making thing that I was going to knock one out in 30 days. I was going to have a Michael Myers mask in a couple of months, you know, if that. And man, I got into this thing and I just kept retooling and retooling and retooling. 2 years, and I'm where I'm at finally. 2 years, and I'm like, oh my God. Would have never thought it would have taken me that long getting this right. Well, I'll tell you, wet clay is great if you have a workshop. You know, I mean, you know, well-heated workshop, so on and so forth. It's just that monster clay, I like using monster clay because it's not as messy. All right, it's a wax-based clay, and I have a studio in here that's set up for music as well. But right now, the music has taken a complete back burner. And I have everything just, I mean, you guys seen this, it's a mess all over the place in here because when we took out my back deck. Well, it was never really perfect because I didn't have the shelf room. So as I got into this business over these last 2 years, I didn't realize I was going to need all these products. My God, there's so much stuff. When you start doing prop making, you know, between your paints, hot air guns, drills, like it's just so much stuff that I use. Alcohol, all these different paint thinners, and you know, you got so much stuff, you know, and it's like, oh my God, man, I'm overwhelmed in my studio that never had anything in it before. Now it's like a mini workshop. You know, it's terrible. Um, he didn't look good. No, that scares me a little bit because I love Alan. He's such a great guy. I know he was in the hospital. Bo Norton, he was in the hospital for something. Hopefully, it's nothing serious. I'm sure he's not going to share it right away, or if he does, it's going to be when it'll be sad news. I hope not. God, I hope not. And he's one of a kind. Losing him on the internet would not be good. Not for me, and it would not on YouTube or anything. Losing him, period, would not be good. Not good for the business. Not good for the haunt business. Not good just because he's such a nice person. He really is a good guy. And his wife's amazing. Shannon, she's a really nice woman. I really enjoy his content. Oh my God, I haven't been able to watch him a lot lately because I've just been so damn busy with this. I've really been overwhelmed between my job, my real job, and doing this. It's work, and by the time I get on that in front of the TV, and I watch YouTube, I'll put on, if I put him on, I'll fall asleep on him, and I don't like doing that. I don't like doing that. I'm texting, and I always comment and stuff, and I'm trying to pay attention to what he's doing. Then I fall asleep on it. It's terrible. I don't like doing that. I want to see the whole video from start to finish. So I catch him as much as I can when I can. But I'm glad you told me that he's not. Not glad that he's not looking good. I'm glad you let me know. Just going to send prayers out to him. That's for sure. And I saw a post that he put up on his website. He was in the hospital, in a hospital bed. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully it's nothing major. So I hope it's nothing major. And him being a director at that haunt, it's got to be crushing. They're going to have somebody do his job while if he's off. It sounded like he was taken off for a little bit. And this is Halloween time, man. This is like their bread and butter in that place. So hopefully Alan has a very speedy recovery and regains his full whatever's going on. I'm waiting to feel heat. Not yet. Well, I think I might be feeling a little bit, but not much. It's getting there. So we're talking a lot. I like it. Bo, did he lose weight? Why didn't he look good? Was it just his glassy eyes? Was something wrong that you? What? Patching what now? What do you got going on with the patching? Patching a few small holes, spots on the haunted mask. I think the best method is a high. All right. I'll put drops, like if you have a hole in the latex, as long as your latex isn't like cured really a long time, it'll stick to it. So I kind of scratch it up, the surface of wherever the hole is a little bit. I'll scratch it up. Then I'll take mask latex and I'll drop it into the hole. All right. And I'll always put a little bit more of a bubble on it. All right. Make it like a bubble on top, so this way when it's see, latex shrinks when it dries. When it shrinks up, sometimes the hole becomes still this little divot in there, so you don't want that. You want that bubble to stick up just a little bit. And instead of sanding it, because sanding it can take off that whole thing and it won't look right, you want to get a wood burner, a real good wood burner, all right? And you use a wood burner to melt. You know, it's a high temp wood burner. It literally is cherry red. And you want to melt that bubble that's on the surface and flatten it out. That's the best way I know to fix a hole or an air bubble in a mask. How to fix a seam in the mouth, like if you want to fix a mask with a you know, with the did I hope I didn't throw that away, because I didn't. Let me see. Nah, it's behind me. I'm not messing with that right now. I'll have to show you guys that. So what I did was I wanted to close the seam, and it's on video. It's one of my videos. I wanted to close the seam on a mask, on a Michael Myers mask. And it was an old one, and I was just experimenting, and I did it for content. So I discovered something that was interesting when I did it. So I figured some people don't want the mask having a slit in the mouth. So to close it up, how do you close the seam? So what I did was I turned the mask inside out, and pleasantly surprised me that the lips automatically, you know, came together real tight. The lips came, you know, when I had the mask out, you know, the right way, the lips were like separated like this much. All right. As soon as I turned the mask inside out, the lips closed. So what I did was I took some liquid latex, and I cut out a patch about this big of spandex. All right. And that means it stretches in 4 directions. It stretches in every direction, spandex. So I took a small patch of spandex. I wet the whole area where I was going to put the spandex with latex, because the lips were closed, so that made it easier. So then I wet that whole area with spandex, and then I patched that. I put the spandex right on into the latex, and then I let it set for a little bit, and then I put layers of latex over top of it, on top of the spandex. And when I turned it, once it dried, and I turned it back in, you know, outside, you know, outside in, inside out, outside in. I put the outside in. No, inside out. I turned it right back out, and it was perfect. And as hard as I could pull on that mask, it wasn't coming apart. There was no way to pull it apart. So seams are easy to fix. If you want to close the eye of a Michael Myers mask or something like that, I haven't figured out how to do that yet. That's a tough fix, because it's what I'm actually trying to find and trying to figure out a way to take latex and add an additive to it, like maybe a polyfiber or something that I can add to it that makes it into a paste, so you can actually sculpt it a little bit, but it'll stick to your mask real well. I don't know if any substance out there. I'm gonna contact Brick and Eord, and I'm gonna see what they say there, because they're pretty good with chemical stuff and mixing stuff. I want something that I can thicken up my. I want to be able to thicken up latex. Come on in. Who that?
Can I have some tea from Walmart?
Yeah, we're gonna go there in a few minutes, because I want to. I gotta. This is not curing real quick. I'm waiting for this to cure up a little bit, and then we're gonna go. What time is it?
I don't know.
I really need to know, because I can't really pull away from this until I get this other coat on here. It doesn't show, because I have it. Somebody give me the time. Eastern Daylight Time. What time is it? Yeah, a spreadable latex paste. If I can invent that, look out. There's so much I could do. Yeah, see what time it is. Because I also want to go to Wawa. I need a sandwich or something, man. I'm starving. Yeah, I don't have to wait. What am I thinking? I can go right now. Yeah, this is already hard. Cavasil and latex join. I think it is what they use for the paste. Really? Bo Norton, 8:40 Eastern Daylight Time. I'm going to do this right now, Angela. I don't have to wait. I forgot. This is already hard underneath. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here yatting away. Let me get this last batch done, and then I got to jump off of here. This is going to be the layer of. I'm going to be thickening the wall here, and also putting the burlap on it. I'm going to do that real quick, and then I got to go to Walmart with my daughter because she needs to get something, and that closes at 11 o'clock, so I have to push to get this done fast. So let's go mix up a batch of plaster and get this last bit done. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I got to take the light with me, though, remember? Need to take the light with me. Okay, this is the last coat. And this is going to be a thick batch. So we're waiting for that to absorb. Let me clean my hands. And this gets the burlap. This gets the burlap, and I made enough to really do the thick walls. Yeah, so Angela, I'll be, this is the last coat. So it'll be about an hour, and then we'll take off. Maybe less. Maybe less. An hour or less. Now I really went the extra mile with this bucket full here. As far as how thick I want to make this plaster. Because I really want to build up these walls right in this area. I got pretty much what I need on the head. That's pretty thick. I'm going to build up these walls now and really make it thick all along the wall area, especially underneath the chin and that area. Come on. I need to be closer because I'm going to try and do this from seated position more. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is going to have to get really thick. Once I get it nice and thick, almost like a paste, I'll be able to just put it right into the joints. Hopefully it's thick enough. And what I'm doing is just spreading out this powder. I've got my burlap right here, my chunks of burlap that I need to do this bad boy. Some of these I'm not going to use because it's got too much stuff in it. We'll see. Go on, soak up, baby, soak up. I got a lot of powder in there. I put a lot of extra powder. I want it thick. I want it thick. Yeah, it's starting to heat up. All right, perfect. Perfect timing. Oh yeah. Starting to heat up pretty good, yep. Cavasil. I'm going to have to look that at. Cavasil and latex. Yeah, because that's exactly what you want. You want it to be, to repair masks. I would use more of a paste than liquid latex. You know, you want that paste. As long as it sticks to the latex really good. That's the trick. You got to have it really stick well. That's the... Yeah, this is going to... You know what? This is saturated. This is going to be good. Oh yeah, this is going to be nice and thick. This is what I want. I want it real thick. Notice there's a lot more plaster in here this time. That's because I'm going to be doing the that water's cold, man. Yeah, that's creamy now. No lumps left in that. Nice and thick. Just what we want. All right, I gotta go wash my hands. This will be really hard and very dense. That last coat's really gonna make this thing as hard as steel almost. Okay. I'm back. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to put a light coat over everything with this. Just to give it a surface to stick to the just a light coat, just a light little brush on coat that just gives that burlap something to stick to when I go to stick it on and it sucks in. You don't want it to be now this will dry pretty quick, this coat. The moisture gets pulled out of it pretty fast, especially being this dense. Okay. Is that bucket of water over there? Now the rest I can't do with a brush, so I got to clean my brush out real quick or else that'll get hardened up in no time. Okay, that's clean. Now, all right, we don't need that anymore. Now we just got to start pulling pieces of this out. Let's dip it into the I'm squeezing it out. See how I'm squeezing that out? I leave enough on there so it really I'm going to try and work fast because I want to catch this while it's still kind of moist. Now I'm pushing really hard. I don't want any air pockets in there. I want to make sure there's no air into this, especially in the neck area. I'm working away from me first, so I can sit down and relax and do it close, the close stuff. And I'm still gonna wait till this thickens up even more. What is it with all these real tiny pieces? I didn't cut this small. I know I didn't. Maybe they fell apart. I don't know. I don't know why I washed my hand. I know how to do this anyway. Now see, there's a little gully of stuff there, so I can put this along here and absorb some of that right into it. Come on, open up. Man, talk about uncomfortable right now. My back is screaming at me. Sure you got no air pockets in there. Push it in tight. I gotta sit for a second. Ugh. I'll work on the front head here. I'll work on the front of this head real quick. Now we have 11. I think it closes 11:30. Here in Cape May Courthouse. It's actually Rio Grande is where it's at, and Rio Grande, New Jersey closes 11:30. Finally, some bigger pieces. One spot over here that's driving me crazy. You get one more piece right into the ear area here. Do the same thing on that side too. I'm gonna open up. Oh yeah, now we're getting somewhere. scrape the bottom real good. Now what's left in this bucket, I'm going to let it thicken more so I can get it to fill in all these areas on the edge. I need it to be like really pasty so I can really, I'm done with the burlap. This is going to thicken up quick because it's already real thick. So it should thicken up to a paste fairly quick for me. Man, how am I going to open that door? Dummy. Let me see. I know what I'll do. Grab a piece of burlap, open it up, use it as a door. I'll open the door that way. Perfect. Well, not perfect, but better than my hand touching it. Okay. Now we just need to let that thicken up enough to where I can butter these edges real good and make them real strong, especially on this side. I got plenty here. I just want to make sure I got plenty, that's all. Oh yeah. The neck area has to be extra thick. We'll see how much is left in this. And then I may have to make one more batch, I don't know. Yeah, it's still too loose. It's still too loose. I almost stuck my finger in there just to wash it off. Duh. Okay, let's just wait a few minutes for this batch to thicken. Okay, 900. You must have a 24-hour Walmart. 900. You mean 9 o'clock? No, I think our Walmart closes at yeah, our Walmart closes at 11:30 or something like that. So I think it's 11:30. So I'll get there. I'll get there in time. Definitely. Okay, so let me try this because I want to get moving with this thing. Let's try. Oh yeah, this is going to be okay. Okay. Just keep piling it on into this area here. That'll be enough for the neck. And I really have to get this side of the head real good. Especially at the top of the head. Not the top, I mean the side of the front. This is a heavy ass mold, I can tell you that. But I don't want this thing breaking. But I filled in that chin nice there. It's starting to get really nice and thick the way I want it now. Not much left in the bucket, but we're going to accomplish what I wanted to do. Make a really thick, strong mold. Especially at the top of the head where I do most of my hammering. This end right here. That's where I have to really make sure that wall's thick. The head, the face is always a lot thicker. I always do the face a lot thicker because of all the pressure that goes on it when I go to try to pry it apart. That's going to be a strong mold. All right, let me go rinse the bucket and I will give you guys a chat. And then we're going to get out of here. Because it is done. I don't know. I might have to make one more batch just to make sure that those walls are thick. Yeah, I think I might make one more batch right in here. Just need to throw a little bit more into this. Yeah, I want that cliff going right there. I'll make it real thick is what I'll do. Small batch, but real thick. Yeah, man. It's 9:20, okay. Yeah, we got time. I don't have to let it get to cure state. I just need it to get it to where it's dry and firming up. And it's already firming up now. I can't really move the material, which is awesome. Because it's not going to take that long to get to where I need to be. To where I can throw that extra thick barrier right in here, all the way around this. This is where it needs to be. Because I want this peak right here literally sloping a little bit of a bubble right in here. The back side is like a bubble. I want a bubble right there, like just completely rounded right in here. This is almost rounded right in this area, but I want that extra thick. This is where I do most of the hammering on the wall to pop this off. I have to make sure that that whole area right in here is where I do most of the hammering. So to pry it apart, to get it off. So. Tough stuff, I can tell you that. One more layer. One more small batch. Can't get around it, guys. Can't cheat. Can't cheat because it's only going to cost me in the end. It will cost me dearly in the end if I cheat on this. Yeah, I can get away with it. No, don't take the chance. Do it right. Don't do it at all. Oh, I believe it'll be ready too before Tuesday, but I'm just not taking any chances. How's that? I do not take chances. I just don't. Not after the trouble I just went through with these molds. I will not take a chance again. I just don't want to roll the dice on this. Believe it or not, I'm almost ready for another batch, but I have to make an extremely thick, peanut butter thick batch. Peanut butter thick. I'll put the light out here. I gotta wait a few more minutes. This time I'm going to make a small batch. It's going to be about, how the hell is it? Maybe about that much. Okay, I already got my water out. I just want to see that this is, I got to make sure that this is just a little bit. You know what? I don't have to wait. What am I thinking? As long as I make that batch really thick, I think this is firm enough. Let me see. I just don't want it to sag. Putting all that real heavy right in here, I don't want it to sag. Then it'll destroy what I've done. So let me just wait a few more minutes. A few more minutes and then I'll make a nice thick peanut buttery batch. And we will have a sitting, drying mold for several days. I definitely want to make sure this thing is solid rock, no moisture in it at all. Moisture will make it a little bit soft. It'll make it so it'll crack if you're hammering on it. If there's any moisture left in the stone in 2-3 days, it should be good in 2 or 3 days. I'm taking the extra days. I want to make sure this thing is thoroughly dry, and then we'll take it out back and put it on the what do you call it? And you definitely don't want to put a heat gun on curing stone, because it can crack it instantly. All of a sudden you'll hear ting, and that'll be the end of your mold. And I've done it. I already know. I've done it already. Do as I say, not as I do. So I'm letting this, I'm waiting for the shine to disappear right in this area. Once that shine disappears, I'm ready for the next batch. And this is going to be a thick peanut butter batch. Thick, thick, thick. I only have to do it in a few spots. Oh yeah. Yeah, that Cabasil, I want to try that, man. I want to see what the hell that's all about. I'm also going to call my buddy Mitch at Brick in the Yard and ask him about it. See what he says. I know he'll know. Guy's a chemistry whiz. He'll know exactly what to add to latex to thicken it to a paste. if it's possible. That's my main thing, is if it's possible. So I've heard people doing it, so I don't, it's got to be possible. But your paste is what you want to use, paste latex, to fix any of your holes or bad. Bo Norton, for your contest, some kind of electronic wheel, looks like the Wheel of Fortune. Well, it puts the name of the people on it, and it signs your computer guy. Can install it for you. Yeah, hell yeah, that'd be cool. I want to do something. I don't want to do what Nick's doing. I need to do something differently, and pretty exciting. Pretty cool. Definitely want to make sure that it's very random. We don't want anything that can be fixed, because I am not that kind of guy, and I just want to make sure that nobody ever thinks that it is. The one thing I will do is when I do my Patreon. If you're a Patreon supporter, you get automatically dropped in every month, or whatever. Like if I'm doing it once every 2 months, giveaway, you will get automatically put into that drawing every time I do a drawing. That's what I want to do for Patreon. I have to figure out what else I can do for people that aren't Patreon supporters, and put them in, maybe a T-shirt. I don't know. I have to figure it out. I have to figure that one out. What can I do for just subscribers? And you have to be a subscriber to even, to enter the contest. There won't be any non-subscribers. You have to be a subscriber to enter the contest. So it's only fair. You guys have been watching me, and especially you guys have been on for a long time. And I want to make sure that everybody gets a real good chance. That I think I have like 500. I don't know, I have 400 subscribers, close to it, or something like that. Now what I'm going to do is, the mask is called the Night Creeper 78. So I'm going to put 78. I think that's too many, though. I have to think about that. I don't want it to be too many people, because then it really stretches the odds of you getting in So people that join me live, I'm going to pick a date that I go live, and anybody that joins me live are automatically going to be entered into the contest. Because you guys join me live all the time. Every time you're on. Bo Norton, there's a couple other guys that go on all the time, and they're going to have an instant in, to get into the drawing. Guys I see joining me all the time, you guys are already in. So just so you know that. When I see Bo Norton on there, you're automatically in. But you already won a mask, dude. Bo Norton won a mask yesterday, coming up with that name. You won a mask, though, so you're good. I need your help to spread the channel. That's what I want to do, make this channel grow. I just really want to get this channel to grow, and I want to try and get this channel to grow fairly big by the time I retire in 2 years. I should be making some good money on this channel by then, hopefully. Hopefully the content's good enough. Hopefully I don't think I'm going to burn out, because I have a lot of different things I want to do. I already know what I want to do. It's just a matter of like, okay, I got to get through this Michael Myers thing. Got to get over with that. Got to get out of that before I can go on to the other things. But I'm going to be moving fast on this. I am definitely not going to be doing this mask until next summer. I'm going to have all the masks finished over this winter, because I'm doing it in the house. So Okay, it's time to make the, yes. I can make the real thick batch right now, and I'm going to fix these areas, and then we're calling it a night. One thick batch coming up. One very thick batch coming up. Who dat? This is going to be as thick as peanut butter with this one. That's got a lot of extra powder in there. Don't know that it's all going to saturate. Might have to really mix it by hand good to get it to saturate. Gotta take my daughter to Wally Mart. Yeah, I got a lot of plaster in there, so I don't care. More important to get this right. I can always get more plaster. This has to be right, this mold. I am not going to go through this mold breaking like it did before. Oh wow, that's getting hot already. I guess I just had to add a lot more plaster. That last batch was real thick, and that's good because that's going to give me a lot of strength. Okay, so for your contest, there's some kind of electronic. Okay, we were talking about that. I'm glad adding the dental stone to the ultracal is working for you. Mentioned to you. Yes, man, am I really glad. Thank you again, Joe Reese. I mean, that was a home run. It definitely helped me a lot. Um, and this is the real test is going to be when I go to pry this open. And I'm shooting for Tuesday. I think I'm going to wait till Tuesday. Because I made my mold so thick that I want to make sure that it's strong when I go to pull it apart. I don't want the mold cracking, banging on it. You know, I use a hard monster clay, so if there's any locking, it can really be problematic when you're popping it off. Like the ears and stuff like that. Sometimes that's really, really tough to get the mold off the ears. So I just want you guys to know that I'm going to be excited to get this thing done, and then moving on to the next process of making a master copy and 2 masks from here. One gets foam filled. Two latex masks is getting made from this mold. One is my brother's, which will be the very first copy. Then the second one will be a foam filled master copy. And then I seal this mold and I make a urethane rubber master copy. So it captures the original size of the actual sculpture. And you never get shrinkage with the, so I'll always be able to produce the really big mask if I need to. The foam filled latex one, that gets remolded, all right, and that'll shrink. That, the next, see, you make a latex foam filled one, and then that shrinks up about 2 inches. All right, so that'll shrink up from 29 inches, all right, down to 27 or 27 and a half, whatever it is. And then from the 27 and a half inch, what I do is I make one more copy, and I basically shrink that down. I foam fill it, and then I make a mold from that. So that brings me down to the 25 and a half inch mask. That's what I want to do. Oh man, am I really glad you mentioned it to me, Reese. I really am, because that definitely is a, man, I never thought of it. I wouldn't have never thought of that. I would have never thought of the dental plaster. I think and I actually had mentioned it to Mitch, and he said, I don't know if I would do that, because he never did it, and he said, I'm not really sure whether it'll react badly, but you already had done it, so I know that it was okay, so we did it, and man, it's going to work out perfect for us. Yeah, this is not saturating all the way. Okay, so I'm going to mix this up. Oh my God. Yeah, we're going to be right at the right consistency with this. That's good. Peanut butter. See how thick that is? Look how thick that is. Yeah, man. This won't run. That's what I'm trying to avoid, is anything that runs. But I gotta get it smooth. I don't want any clumps. Any dry plaster. Any dry plaster, it won't harden if it's not wet. Woo! Man, that's thick. That is gonna be some dense stone there, man. I'm getting a workout. I mean, it's really that. It's so thick that I can't. I'm squeezing it. Feels like I might as well have a tennis ball in my hand. That's how much. Look at that. That's not even dripping. Okay, so let's worry about this side here. This is the side that needs it the most. Front and here. This thing's gonna weigh 100 pounds. I don't care. I want to make sure that this doesn't break like that last one did. And with this added dental stone, if this breaks, I think I could take a sledgehammer to this thing, a 30-pound one, and I'd still have a hard time with it. I have to do it with a jackhammer by the time I'm done with this. You know what? I'm going to do something with the back of these ears real quick. And the back half is all right. Time to go put this outside, wash it out, and call it a night. We are done until Tuesday. Okay. That mold's gonna weigh 100 pounds. I ain't kidding you. I'm gonna hate, like I'm gonna be cursing when I go to try to move this thing. Oh yeah. Oh, I ain't touching it again. Hell, I don't care how the surface. Hey, you know what? Maybe I should. Just want to take the sharp edges off. I know what I'll do. I got a better idea. I'm just going to take the brush because I can always clean that up. You can't even see the shape of the head now. I've got so much plaster on this sucker. I don't think I would have overdone it if it wasn't for the fact that I was having so much problems. And I'm not trusting my Ultra Cal 30. I mean, it's still the same stuff that I used the last time, but we'll see what happens. All right, that's close enough for me. Just no jagged edges. You know what I mean? All right, let me clean this off. And I'm going to shut the camera off once you guys are. I'll say goodnight to you guys. And then I'm going to go take my daughter where she needs to go. I'm happy I got it done. I got it done. That's the main thing. Lock my door. Okay guys, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this off of here. Unplug it. And And look at this monstrosity. Now, you see how thick it is here on this one? This is where the divide is, right here. See how nice and round and thick that was? That's why I wanted to make sure that this was just like that on this side. Because if it wasn't, I was going to have a hard time banging on that wall if it wasn't thick enough to support the hammering. So we are finished this mold, and I'm happy with it. So, all right, I think I'm going to say goodnight. I don't even know how long I've been on, 260 minutes. And we got 3 people on, including myself. And we will call it a night. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me. And I'll see you. I'm probably going to do something between now and then. But I have to work Friday and Saturday. So Friday and Saturday, you won't see me at all. There won't be any videos, or I won't be on live. Sunday, there's a good chance you might see me Sunday or Monday. But tonight, you won't see me until after that. All right, Bo Norton, you have a great night, and I'll see you on the next stream, probably Sunday or Monday. All right, you guys have a great night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for. I hope this helps a lot of you guys out there that are trying to do molds. Now I'm doing this overkill. Just remember that this is like a lot of stone. People would laugh if they saw this that were in the business. But I had so much problems with my UltraCal 30 the last 2 tries. I think the UltraCal might be bad. And I don't know. I don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure that I didn't mix the stone dense enough. I made it too runny. I think that's where the problem was. We will find out when we go to demold this if it breaks again. And I even added dental stone to this now too. So, and quite a bit of it. So if it breaks this time, I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer. I give up. I think the answer would be that my UltraCal 30 is bad. That would be the only answer I can come up with at that point. So yes, all you guys out there that want to criticize me for making this mold so massive, just know that I'm doing this because I've been having problems with my UltraCal, the stuff that I have. And I just want to make sure. So I went the extra mile with the thickness and everything. It's going to be a beast to deal with, I know, but I'll deal with it, and I will get it. I'll get it done. So anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching, and I will see you on the next stream. All right, peace. Thank you again. Remember, hit the like, the subscribe, and the notification bell. And if you have problems with getting notified, because sometimes they bounce you off the notification. I don't know why. So what I usually do is I just unsubscribe and then resubscribe, and then you'll get all the notifications again. It does happen. Why? Who knows? All right, so peace, everybody. Have a great night, and I'll see you on the next stream. Bye.